hello everyone. Avaira is here. No, we're not continuing. I'm so used to continue something long, like pures, for 30 streams plus. So yeah, we're starting today Stanley Parable. Not sure it will be one stream or two, or maybe even three, because this game very unpredictable and a very strange one. Long ago I played in the original version. It was 2K12, 2K14, I don't remember. Many years ago, at least 8 years ago, probably. I don't know. It was long ago. So I mostly remember only concept, not some moments. And I definitely need some peaceful suit. I rarely stream something that peaceful. Still, I definitely need something. Okay, let's start. Cross. Why not double cross? Why triple cross? It's like triple A, but triple cross. Let's enter the current time. Okay. Yeah, by the way, I'm late today. I was needed to actually spend some. Oh yeah. I'm not sure it is necessary actually, but okay, something like this. Confirm. This is my local time, by the way. Hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you actually taken the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I will make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Yeah, it's interesting if someone decides to play exactly at 12 a.m. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Yeah, thank you. Not sure that I need anything to set up. Everything looks fine. Even sound maybe. Okay, begin the game. Never the end is never the end is never the end is loading. Okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor at his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Good for Stanley, I suppose.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Well, Let me change a bit audio part. Can be better? No. Okay, everything's fine with this. What about audio? Main probably 95. Something like this. Music a bit lower because sometimes it's too loud in comparison with narrator voice. And narrator voice is crucial. Yeah, something like this. Surprisingly, even sensitivity is fine. So I hate Mondays. Wait a second. Partition Corp. Providing partitions for 56 years. Well.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Meeting room. Yeah, it's so silent. What it is. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
This doesn't look normal. Okay, let's go straight how the narrator tell me. And still silent.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright. Oh, it looks so different. I mean, with the whole office. Just look at this.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Oh. Well, that looks suspicious. It doesn't look like a right decision for me. Oh well. I will not follow you. Loading. A lot of loading.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Hopefully, yes.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Oh. Escape to the left. Now let's go straight how narrator says. Welcome to the darkness. Is this a button? Yeah. It's not like I have a choice.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Strange desks. Okay, let's press another button. Cameras.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Damn, this effector's monitor is really impressive. One of them fired. What it is?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Yeah, this is Stanley Office 47, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Oh yeah. Oh, here is Stanley. What does it mean 5? I'm curious about this, but yeah, I'm not sure what it does. Controls either waiting input. So there are buttons with numbers. Also, there is something that's glowing pretty bright there. Console disabled. Okay. Oh, this is the way to enable console. Okay, facility power. Obviously, we need to destroy the power.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Oh, yeah. So... happy end?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
Good question.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
I couldn't jump even.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
At least Stanley was happy at the end. Horror subtitles, maybe. And move why it's on the yeah, I can move like this, I suppose. It should be better. Because I cannot do this correction at the same moment, so it is good that you said about it. So it's not like I even need to start the new game and just respawn. Alright. What can I do? What if something can be
All
opened?
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Who farted? Nice cup. What it is? Damn, it's too small, it's hard to read. It would be so good to be able to jump. Like who? I just hate my boss. Okay.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
All right. Oh. Damn, I disabled it. Okay. Surname access. Can't read anything else. Awaiting input. Input received. Can I do something else?
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Someone have fallen. Oh, the Monty have fallen. But on the cup. Who farted again? Yeah, I expected to see a new one.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No, let's go to the right. Maybe not. It would be nice to be able to jump.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Covenant. Yes, of course I can just wait and do nothing.
Really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Yeah, I will stay here for a while as well. Because
at
why
this
not?
point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Maybe. Maybe it's the end of the day already. And suddenly just working
Stanley
to
sat
hunt.
around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Yeah, it's completely nothing to do in this room, actually. Okay, will be additional message? Probably no, but who knows? Yeah, looks like it.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
First open door to the left. No.
Stanley was so
this.
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh, I can go up with this card box. Warning, do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift? $1,000, seriously? Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift? 5,000. But it will cause death anyway. What the hell? Yeah, probably one of the aliens is just to go there.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
No.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Who is she? Yeah, it's not like I have done this outside of just jumping from the lift. By the way, yeah, maybe this is the way while I'm moving or not. Jump on this road. Didn't thought about it previously, but yeah, the cargo lift was raised only there probably, so I'm not sure they can do it. Okay. Damn, it doesn't look good. Okay, let's go into darkness.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Wow. I can leave this room.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
No. Yeah, I know, because I'm taking part and I follow him. But as far as I understand, there are dozens of endings in this game, so I want to just try a bunch of them. A lot of them. Different. So if the first one was doing everything correctly, and second obviously should be doing everything incorrectly. So then I can do something between all this. Oh, wait a second, I'm returning.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying.
Ow.
Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse.
No.
Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Yeah, but I cannot run away from this. Well, I don't have any cards. What if I will go back? No, it doesn't work like this. Do not lie. If you're lying right now, stop. Here is someone to the left. Some footsteps.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
I don't like it.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
I've seen this transforming. Look at this. Yeah, looks like I broke everything. No, I don't want to go there. But I also looks like cannot proceed. And just wasting time here will not help. Are you happy? And if I will go again this way. So it looks like that's it.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to.
No.
I have to.
No. Oh, crap. Am I still alive? What the hell is going on?
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly,
wait a second. I didn't press it.
Exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I will still go to the right.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always
probably I
putting the
cannot go
story
to the right
first.
anymore.
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, the direction teleport was the same, so probably it's really not possible to go to the right again. I mean, it is possible, but it will not need to do anything. Okay, let's go to the left then.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Can I do something here? Meeting room, floor 4. Group couple planning. Meeting schedule. Monday, weekly targets and administrating probably. Marketing Mondays. Group. This box is too small. Okay. Termination Tuesdays. Office efficiency. Legal. Group. IT debt. We are broke Wednesday. Financial panic meeting. Boss inspection. Group. 8 bird. Mergers, ideas and plus development. Group pre-review, weekly review. Weekly review. Franken Floors meeting. What to do about 432? Don't tell 422 about me meeting. Office party. At least they have office party at the end of the week. It's not that bad. How to solve a dispute with a coworker? Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive aggressively. Wait a second. Use inside to assure employees that everything's okay. Make sure your slide has a sleek blue graphic. Everything is unique, you most of all. Okay, but number of slides on this slide. Charts, slides, charts and slides. Rated which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Yeah. Rate of increase in graph per slide. Please, no more charts, please, I'm begging. The boss appreciation minute. On your boss appreciation minute worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Damn, it's too fast. I can't read it normally. Okay. Personal conflict. It's probably going from scratch. What are your dreams for the future? Oh yeah. Success. Metamorphosis. What? Comatose. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time every day with no expectation of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. Okay, yeah, it's going again. So, what do people want? Things, what's the second word? Hyper feelings. Violet James, you're fired. Money, more money, things, but with money to buy more things? Graphs about things plus money. We have our new product. Okay. What is hot? Target demographic teenagers. Stripes required more secondary research. Covered in segment. The stock market is somewhere here. Okay. A lot of percents. Teenagers. What? Should be opposite. Size of demographic. Space between the teenagers. Yeah. Throw something in the ideas bin. No more bins. Trash cans. Renaming of the ideas on Piking on me. Okay. We need hopeless. Oh, what? Hard to say. Some reviews. 4 2 plus 4 5. I want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule, but I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers, heaters. Charts need to be more nip to appeal a teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Ignat? Some sort of child trap? At least I tried to solve it. To do. Synergize core values expeditious. Shift global market parent. Monetize free to play. Help. I'm opposed. And the photo is weird. But I cover it with some text. Alright. Moving us
Coming
up
to
on
a
that is
staircase,
strange.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah, this time I cannot choose to go down below. So the game become even more restricted. Oh, it's different. But a small one.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
No. I like business strategy. Carte blanche.
Stanley spoke the code. Nightshark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
I'm the most expensive boss. Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
No. I refuse.
Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
What the hell?
Into a set of two open doors.
Oh.
Entered the door on his left.
It's a Stanley.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end.
Walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
Oh.
Stanley, this is important.
This is the way to finish the game.
The story needs you. It
need you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose.
No.
Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do.
So it looks like it should be the same if I would say to stop before these doors. Oh, it's loading now. And again. What should I choose next? That's the question. I wanna check what I can do in the boss room and after it. So let's follow the
All
instructions.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, let's go straight. For now.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No, I can't run. But I can crouch. I wonder how it can help. I can jump.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
All the tips are the
Stanley
same.
decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Yeah, now I can
Coming
go
to a
down, but
staircase,
okay, let's go
Stanley
up.
walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I was curious about this bottle
Stepping
smell
into his
stuff.
manager's office,
Maybe I
Stanley
can
was
do
once
something
again
about it.
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be?
Yeah, surprisingly I cannot do
In
anything
fact,
about
this
it.
keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
845?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. Two, 8, 4, 5.
Silence? Seriously?
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
What if I would try to... So it does nothing. I said the door can be closed by the same code. But no. What if I will go to the right? Can I? Oh. I can't see anything. Surprisingly I can go pretty deep. There is no point of doing this. Okay. Yeah, when you're doing everything wrong, the game feels a bit empty. It's strange. Yeah, it actually was different previously. I'm on the different level?
Stanley walked straight ahead
Maybe
through the
not.
large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yeah, there's also escape. Okay, let's go escape this time. Why not?
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Seriously? Then stop me if you can.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Damn, it looks deadly. Okay. Oh. It's not the end.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his
Ow.
demise, it reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Damn, they cannot run away. Oh. There's one.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
No, I'm still alive.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Good question.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Interesting. Life is nailed. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered through development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. So it's about remastered version. Interesting. Office computers. Play database. Oh, it's too small to read. Isn't part 1 too? Okay. Office. Button sounds. A selection of the sounds you throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. Almost like a music. I can go close them. Can go through. Nature paintings. Yeah, it's awesome. It interesting that I can only disable other computers, but Stanley computer can be clicked multiple times. Credits. Two choices. Which one should I choose? One with numbers. Boss office. But I saw a green one when I broke the game. Interesting. Office clock. This time's moving. Moving, but I wonder for how long. Is this sort of museum or it's different pathways? The lunch, mind control facility.
Well, try the other one then.
Rather outtakes.
Stanley stood on the roof.
Kevin Brighton, the voice of the narrator, recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes that were not used in the final game. So I can stand on the roof.
Stanley stood on the roof.
Freedom Engine. This was the very first incarnation of the Freedom Engine in the game's alpha. Okay. Countdown desk. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down, with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down, and plays the two engines together instead. Freedom Engine. This is the Freedom Engine as it existed in beta. I like this one more, probably, than previous variant. Countdown room, an early version of the countdown room. Monitor room elevator. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down with freedom above. And yeah, it's the same description. That's weird. Game design mockup. This is a level that William, the level designer, sent Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The starting of this level got William hired to design the full game. Though much of the environment has changed, the basis layout from this mockup is still in the game. Okay. Photo zone. Yeah, the rooms are different a bit. Stanley's office. From the left to the right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. The first was created in November 2011, the second in 12, and the third in 13. No. Outer Deluxe announcements. In December 2018, we announced the Outer Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement and the game's delay. Oh yeah. Warzone. Today is 7. Interesting. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Actually, it would be nice. But not long ago I played the game about the same stuff. And the girl was fighting against the narrator. It was pretty decent one. Okay, exit.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Yeah, without narrator is boring.
But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it.
By the way, there is no quit on the quit menu.
Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
Well, can I resurrect? Okay, next run.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's do the waiting
When
point.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No. The main problem is it's nothing to do here, really. It will be the same, I think. But I was from the other side. Maybe it will be the same, maybe not. So, is it the case that nothing happens? I mean, I'm not going anywhere, but nothing happens. Maybe I need to just stop moving anything. It just doesn't work at all. Yeah, maybe I need to wait for a way longer time. And maybe it doesn't work because I already saw it. Maybe I need to stand on the middle. Okay, it's probably anyway will be the same because, yeah. Ours is side. Alright, let's go to the left. Let's try, which variant? Try to go down.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No. It's unreadable.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
Yeah,
and for
really.
that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
No. Completely not okay.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Well,
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
oh.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
So, no one helped? Poor Stanley. Ow. Something goes wrong.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Okay, if someone following. Previously I saw the same variant, but was filled by 1. Now it's filled by 2. It was there. Can be connected to something. I hate Mondays. Oh yeah.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What if I would choose right this time? But what about this? Maybe I should follow narrator for now. It's clear that something goes wrong. Okay, let's go to the left.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
This is something new. Mine in the morning, money in the evening. Money for breakfast, money crisp. Oh yeah. It's not like much to do here. Yeah, I can't use anything. Well. Oh. These papers are laying everywhere. This probably means that I am on the right way. Go up. I like this music. Yeah, the paper is online here. One of them, 2 of them glowing for some reason. Just imagine this as one of the endings. Just infinite left. Infinite way through the elevator. And you just listen to this music. Am I returned or not? It's not that obvious about going down. Wait a second. Yeah, it looks absolutely the same. Well, but it's strange. Elevator. Okay, let's go.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in
I
his
don't remember
tracks.
the
Not a
piano.
living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching
pressed
of
the
life from a
boss,
man
up
denied any
and
hope,
down.
any reason to keep going. Here on the floor, he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly, ever. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay. So, I'm not sure what about
Stanley
these
walked
papers.
straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Hi, dog. Okay, there are still other buttons here. Can I go to the right or to the left?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
If I will press again, oh, I cannot. It's not a new outfit, it's a very old outfit that I used many times. Looks like you skipped many streams.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Yeah, okay, of course I'm happy that people like outfit here, but I definitely need some peaceful outfit for such peaceful games. So I need at least a couple additional outfits. But I don't have time to make them right now.
It was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Yeah, do I have a choice? I cannot go anywhere. Yeah, so far I can only follow him.
No, he refused to believe it. He
This game?
couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it?
I'd
Was it
say
even
nothing
possible?
to shoot at.
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
1, 2, there should be 5 buttons. Let me find all of them. This is 5. One of them on top. 3. And this should be 4. Why can't I go up? Damn it. I definitely need to sleep more. Console disabled. What's the door? The main door, yes. What about other doors? You mean this door? I come from this door. Oh, I thought it was someone else. I mean sounds. So I pressed 3 buttons. Why can't I go up? Oh, maybe I can press on button first. What about this? It's all disabled. So maybe I should press on to activate this mind machine instead of disabling it.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Now I am on.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Oh yeah.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system.
Oh.
In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex.
That's the
How
problem.
long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your
Yeah,
time
there's
to
a way.
shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what
Now it's
precious
opened.
moments each one of them is.
Yeah, I probably need
More
to press-
time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's
So
that?
all this comes
You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I
this
tell it,
for?
I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground,
Not
swallowing
sure what to do.
everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to
Maybe
say this,
three?
though,
I pressed
this
3.
version of events has been rather amusing. Watching
But
you
it
try to
didn't
make
work.
sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from
And
you.
it's now
It's
closed,
quite
by the
rich.
way.
I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better.
I don't see any
My
progress,
goodness,
that's the problem.
only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell
let's
with
just
it.
press on.
I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no
Okay, let's
idea
just
where
press
you're
5.
going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything,
You mean
anything,
just
something
stop
here
doing
will save
anything?
me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for
Nothing
you.
to press here.
That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every
I'm not
moment
sure how
that
to
you're
stop.
powerless. To see you made humble.
There's only number 4
This is not a
everywhere,
challenge.
so logically I
It's
need
a
to press
tragedy.
4 and 4 is
You
there,
wanted
but
to
it doesn't
control
work.
this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here.
Now the monitor
Just you
changed
being
it.
blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke.
Only
And
this
believe
door
me,
was
I
open
will
at the
be laughing
beginning,
at every second of your inevitable
so it should be
life
possible
from the
to
moment
run
we
away
fade in
from
until
it.
the moment I say happily ever after.
Yeah. So there is no way to do something because I tried to continue order, then I tried to start from scratch, then I tried to press every single button on monitor. All this didn't work. So no, the only way is to run away
A
from
soft
it.
wind blew outside and
There's
perhaps
the open
rain
door
started.
that
And
opens
if it
at the
did, it
beginning,
stopped
then closed
shortly
after a few
after.
seconds.
Stanley hoped that he would
So
one day
this
see
is the only
weather.
way, probably. And remember this coffee. New content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Have no idea, but we will see. It probably means new content.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
No.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside
Monitor
and see
showed
what
only
thrilling
button
new adventures
4.
await
Only
in
button
the
4.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
So no, monitors also show after you pressing any button near them, they showing just correct or not, or when you're pressing one of these two buttons that near that monitor. So it doesn't work like this. So it's useless in terms of doing the code, I think, because I tried. King Arthur, pretty interesting one. Strangely unoptimized, and was some problems in first missions on some of them, but yesterday I played without any problems, so it's hard to say
Okay, so far it's an elevator.
what the problem is,
Nothing
but
special
gameplay is
yet,
fine.
But I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Mesmerizing adventure. Yeah, we'll watch the
Is
press.
it broken? What's going on here?
Yeah.
Should we be moving somewhere? Or, oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely ready.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Oh yeah, give me the content.
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Just wait 36. Is there anything behind it? No.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Press space to jump. That's ridiculous. But by the way, now I can jump, because outside of it I cannot jump. The only place where I can jump in this game. Best content ever. but it can be only to jump into lineage 2, for example. No, I can't jump anymore. The content is over. Well,
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
like jumping.
That's
yeah,
it?
better jump than not
You've
jump.
got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my
Does
fault,
definitely
Stanley.
help.
I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Another one, I suppose. But this time it's different. Room's the same, but the hell is going on? I still hate Mondays. Yeah, this is a photo of how office should look like. Well,
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I
Oh,
want to
wow.
show you something!
okay, let's follow. First time I needed crouching.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Our first guess, my first car. Release of the Stanley Parable. When the Stanley Parable was released. Can't open it. Yeah, Steam. What? So the original price was $15. Don't forget the Stanley Parable. Yeah. What an exciting new content, seriously. Stanley Parable, for some reason. Instead of something. The British Academy of Film and Television Awards. Wow. It's achievements. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. Ow. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. But the text is unreadable. Piano. Oh, just not
And over
this.
here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
It wasn't an hour even. It was a couple of minutes. The original remake. The original remake. Yeah, it probably will be close, but what about this way? Memories on maintenance. Why it's so ugly and why can't they open it? Wow. Okay, I can only proceed. Person of the year. Oh, figures. So it looks like we have only 2 models of 2 characters.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Can I go this way now? Oh yeah, I can.
Wait. Hang
Hi,
on.
Omnionite.
I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
This is new content. Oh. Steam?
Oh no. Oh God, no.
Steam reviews.
Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Not recommended.
I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Yeah, this place looks gloomy and dirty. Yeah, you can in theory find this comment. But probably it is the original one, because it's 4 years ago. Definitely not for the remake. Not negative reviews. So reviews are so huge stuff. Okay.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good,
8 years ago.
For someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue.
I think it can be real. Why not?
To begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What
In theory, they can be fake
to
just to create it for this,
These
but
black
I doubt
marks on my
about it.
otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Just compose the comments. Reviews. Yeah, another one. Okay.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Doesn't look safe. Well, it works. Skip button, I suppose. I think that we have some additional details always. Like someone really placed all
here
this.
it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah.
What a
We've eaten
performance.
too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably,
Yeah, he probably
all
will
until the
continue
end of
doing
time,
it again
at
and
which
again
time
until I
everything all
press
at
it.
once. So, now you see, blah, 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 blah. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made in fact make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once, that you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise.
Okay, it is time to press it.
Treatise, Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial, something along the lines of, "This game is the best game." Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made.
Surely.
It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole?
Nope.
A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all.
No.
I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Yeah, for how long we should wait? Do not press the button. Yeah. It's not like there is some alternatives. Time is flowing. Maybe actually he will return after some time, maybe not. But obviously here everyone will press the then button.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything.
Yeah, I can check the time.
I can't touch it, and I have to believe. I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback.
Okay,
why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back.
It's
oh,
1
goodness. I have someone to
p.m.
talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
Oh.
2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
It's probably again for pretty huge time potentially. So yeah, he's so dramatic, really. It reminds my thoughts in the first days of streaming when the chat is completely dead and you're talking to yourself and you clearly understand it. Yeah, it's still on the record, but still it was a very weird experience. So I can understand them partly. Yet I will still push the button.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible, the spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience, and then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid, as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Yeah, it probably was hard to write such a monologue that at the same time interesting and boring as hell. Because I want to see the end of it, but damn, this isn't also part of the pain. Okay, let's press the button again. What's now? Just silence. Button is not glowing anymore. Oh, it's glowing again. So the narrator is back. Still no way out. That's nice. What a noise. Sounds really creepy. Yeah, I can jump anyway. Well. I hear the noise of something opened. But there is nothing here. Can you stop doing this noise?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves, they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition.
Okay, he
but
starts
where are the
talking
jokes?
again.
Where are the jokes?
No. I can hear drops of water somewhere. Yeah. Nothing more happens. Well, it's not like I can do something. Thing doesn't work anymore.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Even more of water.
Is never the end.
Yeah, it's becoming a problem.
Is never the end, is never the end, is never the
Even more water. Yeah, I doubt that they can do anything about it. Meh. Oh. So it was collapsing. At least I'm not drawn here. Yeah, I can jump and move normally here. Now let's press again. Oh, looks beautiful. They can see on at night. Okay, skip. Yeah, I mostly expected something like this. Oh, what happened? The noises. Yeah, now it doesn't look good. Why do we still have electricity for this button? The game was never meant to be funny. Yeah, okay, let's just press the button. Oh. Oh. We finally have the exit. Oh. Yeah. Can I press the button? It doesn't work anymore. I can go on the roof. So it looks like humans are destroying itself. Well, yeah, now I like this office.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
No monitors this time. And feels like everything looks old. Yeah, everything looks worn. Maybe not everything, but some of the items. You can't. Now it's opened for them. Should they go there? What if I will remove this? I can't remove this, but I can see next.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
He's speaking different now. Alright, let's go again. So this time it finally will be really a new content. New content. Well.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh. Yeah, but do we need the second one?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Test the princess at the same time. Why so needed? Yeah, everything looks more
Calling it
modern.
the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Yeah, it looks way more modern. So it's sort of, yeah, second variant of game. Like almost a sequel. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Out busted. New hotness. Burn section of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. Yeah. New mug. Everything new. difference.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Nice. Yeah, someone forgot to place the body. To eyes, to ears, to nostrils, to arms, to legs. But no body. New features. Oh yeah. Content. All this in so awkward silence.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Like jumping. Marriage. And there's never the end again. I saw the new content. Actually, I saw the new content is good one. Stanley Parable. Reassurance bucket. Okay, it looks epic. Let's check the bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You
Yeah,
see,
but what is
Stanley,
that?
anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Just a bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in
No.
fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Can I drop this bucket? Ah. I already hate it.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't
No
already.
screenshots. Office decorations, infinite hall.
Okay, I'll be
Sounds
honest, I
fun.
haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Oh. Get well someday. As the Stephanie is. Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
So I don't have a choice. Well.
Well,
Don't look
actually,
shitty now.
maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Free new and easy achievement. Get it here. I can't believe it's that simple. Free achievement. It just works. Pause the lever, receive the new achievement. Get it right now.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Okay, give my
Okay,
achievement.
perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Well, okay. Just I still have a bucket that I can throw away for some reason.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Can you find them? Can you find them? Collect them all.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Yeah, it looks creepy. This is so bad that almost good.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Okay. No jumps anymore. It leads to Infinite Hall. Settings World Champion. Meh. Damn, the stupid bucket, I really hate it. That's new. Whatever it is.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Yeah, no epilogue for now. No, that's new name. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Your name in the game. That's not really good.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Okay. Try right here. Is there anything else around?
Jim.
What?
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
No
Here,
nicknames.
let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim,
No,
falling
I
in
don't
love
want to.
and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
No, I'm not feeling myself, Jim. But probably nothing will happen if I will not press the button. What if I will press something different? Nope. No, okay, it's pretty linear.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Oh,
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim.
no.
I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise,
Hey!
soon you'll start to lose
Jim,
all sense
Jim,
of who you
Jim,
actually are.
Jim.
Then removed it. Oh well. Stupid bucket.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Where else can I go? I entered from this way. No screenshots. Jump circle, infinite hole. I'm still wanna find the infinite hole. Don't fully understand where it is. Infinite hole to the right. Pre-achievement, no. This way, maybe. Yeah, it should be. Time depths. Distant past, distant space-time. Fallen. Whole like infinity. Okay, let's see it. In realms around the red depths infinite. Science. Just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Yeah, it's not like I have alternatives. Yeah, it doesn't look safe. And I cannot throw a bucket. Wow. Let's go.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
No.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Definitely not. Maybe there will be something in
Okay,
this hole.
Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
No. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. Meeting 2 p.m. Sincerely. Management. From management to everyone. Wow, it's not like I have a choice, looks like. Wow.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
But I actually already saw everything, I think. I probably was everywhere. Achievement, yes. Collectibles, yes. Yeah, there is a way up. But yeah, I already was there or not. Savings World Champion. Yeah, I already was there, but it was closed. Can I open it now? No. That's new. If I remember correctly, it's epilogue. That doesn't work. Name. You hear Jim in the game. Jump circle, most infinite holes. Button says the name of the player that is playing the game. Yeah. Now to this. With the decoration, most infinite hole. Stanley Parable reassurance bucket. I already have it. So I can only leave if I can leave. No, I cannot leave. Where else can I go? I already was everywhere. Now where can I go? This is just a abrupt end. It shouldn't be like this. So jump circle, this map, free achievement. The button says name, merge, signals for champion, the Stanley Parable reassurance bucket. Office decorations, epilogue, collectibles, infant hall, exit. Exit is here. Where is the exit? You're here. Okay. There's a symbol epilogue. This epilogue. So logically exit should be somewhere there. Exit.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
It's really weird, Stanley.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah, he literally placed everything in one place.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on.
I can see connectables.
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh, it looks like a control. Damn. Okay. Begin the game. Oh, click the skip. Yeah, why I pressed? Damn.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, now we have this Happy Toad's birthday.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
But why is the APCs so old? I expect to see new ones.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
Bucket? Oh, yeah, bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Okay, have a bucket. Maybe it will works somehow.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
All right. The whole new experience.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Collectibles.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Now it's closed. Interesting.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Okay.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Definitely. More
Another
collectibles.
miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
I wonder, can I connect all of them through the only main part of the story? I mean, through the basic story.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Can I escape with the bucket? Okay, let's try to follow main line.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
That one of them is scribbled. The 134. There anything special about it? I don't remember this one. Probably it was. Yeah, but nothing special here, actually. Okay, let's go.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Oh, yeah.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it.
Something
Stanley and the
goes
bucket
wrong.
had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
Looks like no.
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Oh.
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Well. So, it just finished.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
That's different. Why it's so different?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Bucket is still there.
Stanley
Alright.
lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Okay, let's try to escape with the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Let's try
This was
right?
not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Okay. It's place to be. Let's be in this place.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right.
then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Yeah, but it's boring as hell. All the jokes are funny first
Perhaps
time, but
this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home. But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
no.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
We have evil bucket now.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
So looks like we will see a bad story.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Dark room.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
Okay. Everything for the bucket.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Now Stanley, it's me, a bucket. Press V to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press I to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. It's age for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is this awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Has been ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore.
It's dark
From
now.
now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Just want to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Yeah, I can do something. Press A to relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's
So much more than just a regular bucket.
It's time to go home to work. To home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
This is really a troublesome situation. Even thought I was a bucket. What a cozy place.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
No. It's my bucket. Go back to work, Stanley. Is everything okay?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No bucket this time. Oh yeah, bucket next room. So it's just started.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
It's different.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, what if I will go to the right?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Yeah, what
Stanley
if I
did
will
not
go
question why or
this
how
way?
this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
So far the bucket silent. Danger everywhere.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
There's no end
Unless-
here.
What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Well, okay. Is this a bucket?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not
Oh.
an actual bucket.
I knew it.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
I don't know. Looks the same as previous one.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Yeah. Actual bucket is in my hands. I know it.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Still no.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
No.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Looks like a very big bucket.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
What the hell is going on?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
And nope.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Sure.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out.
Good evening,
I've
Matthias.
lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
But second, he maybe... Yeah, he erased everything.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll
Yes, I
reset
complained.
everything, and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
From scratch, I suppose. Yeah. Oh, okay. I still have
All of
variants.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Yeah, it's
Stanley clutched
different.
the bucket tightly to his chest and
This place
entered
is
the door on
different.
his left.
To the right or to the left? So can ruin everything. Okay, let's try this time to the left. What if I will go down? Will be reward for finding them all. This is something new. What do we know? Small flattened objects have appeared across the office. How can I tell you've spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Yeah, good question, by the way. Think these are hard to find. Follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it! Red room? Thank you, good luck. Oh yeah. Wow.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The
No.
broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point.
No.
Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Yeah, I cannot do anything about it.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion.
Not sure can I see it. But yeah. Property of Stanley. Okay.
Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Okay. If it's
Coming to a
property of Stanley.
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah, let's try to escape this time. Why should I? Anyway, it's tonight, yeah. Oh, we can go this way. Not sure will it work differently or not. Because next month is the same. No sticker. Ah, it's not like I really want another sticker. Yeah, it doesn't change anything.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, let's try to escape with the bucket. There are a bunch of alternative ways in theory. Should I choose escape? Yeah, let's try to escape with the bucket. Maybe bucket
Stanley
will
and the
save
bucket
me.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
No, bucket will save me.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
So, time desensitization. Bucket, save me.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Not what I expected. Oh, what?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Ow.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket. Welcome you to the grand exhibit. You're standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be changing about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? Oh yeah. Very philosophical. Bucket.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own?
25 buckets.
Can you see the
Oh, it's way
hubris that
more.
blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. It's way more than 25. Bucket with two handles. Snake farmed man. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Inferno bucket? Can I take it? No. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains. No one can control a bucket. Okay. A stress bucket, an analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Vulnerability, size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies, holes. Rest and relaxation, doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. Presented without commentary. Wow. Yeah, to back in the same place can be really dangerous. Yeah. People worship bucket all alone. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already lagged been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitability, is for our own good. Bucket. Oh! Grab it back.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine.
No!
Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world.
Bucket is property of Stanley. Yeah, now I know more about buckets. There are still so many possibilities with bucket.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
It's still property of
Stanley
Stanley.
picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Oh yeah.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Why not? Yeah. The same stuff again. Yeah, let's go into broadcast again.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket.
Yay.
That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, "Ah, it's a bucket." There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Well, I'm done. Let's go down now.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
No.
office.
Oh, I found another one.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe
Surprisingly,
I am crazy.
I don't see any
He
connection
looked
to
down
the
at the
bucket.
bucket in his arms. Am I crazy?
Oh, okay.
He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
She found the bucket?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Probably need to buy a bucket myself. Well,
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, so far didn't found
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
The skip button.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Fine. You mean in your random numbers? Yeah, I should try it as well. I tried it without
Stanley
bucket,
and the bucket
but
walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Yeah, I would like to skip button right now. By the way, this place is the same floor as was for the Infinite Hall. Just realize that. Same texture.
The The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof,
both of them.
the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human
Yeah, let's try
life.
to
For
make it
he
on
and
and
the
run
bucket
away.
would dismantle
And I'll
the
try
controls
this
for
one.
good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
On.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly,
That's not what I
silly
expected.
birds. The control buttons became active again.
What's the difference? Ow.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility
penguins.
at all.
Nice.
It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, living through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
No, I wanna press him more. Damn it. It's not like I want to spend eternity here, but a couple of minutes, yeah, why not? Well, there's my
Stanley
bucket.
had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Interesting. Something happened? Yeah, more of this opened, maybe. Yeah, I don't see anything special so far.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Going to work? No?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
And if I cannot explode it, what should I do? Yeah, I can try to do different variants. Okay, let's let's try to break all this.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The
Maybe
cargo
she-
lift. Yeah, good.
Oh, by
Said
the
the
way,
bucket.
Now
it's
ride the
fine.
lift all the way to the
Oh,
top. There's something up
look at
there I
this.
need you to do.
Stanley did not
Can I
question why
go
or
there?
how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
Oh, look at
But
this.
Stanley
Looks
chose
like
not
wind.
to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced
can
that the
just
bucket
jump
had
there.
spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
there should be a way to this place somehow. After video. Which video?
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone?
Because I can.
Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk.
It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
So,
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper.
90 seconds.
If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming,
So awful.
"I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
Yeah, it's a joke and to inspire at the same
This
time.
saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter
Damn,
and
so
even
creepy.
tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to
Very
fight the
creepy
12-legged
Simpsons.
invader who threaten our very existence and will very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble
What?
cause.
Why
just
one
as
of
our
them was
children
a
must
leg?
do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Nice.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the 2 doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Yeah, okay. It's now locked around. And I cannot see this stuff again.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous.
I didn't
How
saw a new
absurd. What a
way to jump.
hilarious concept. The king of comedy.
And there is
That's
no
what you'll
this
call me.
statue.
Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right
Nothing
now.
like this.
Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to
Yeah,
overthink
it's just
things.
vanished. So probably it was needed to be done before it. Not sure. Because for now it's just vanished. Maybe I just need to go again to the right and everything will be fine. Not competitive. It's anyways, this part was vanished. Okay, let's try to go to the right anyway.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No, what's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Please,
Here we go.
not again.
You ready?
Oh.
When Stanley and the bucket
One
came
sticker
to
is
a set of
vanished, by
2
the
open
way.
doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the
So
door
probably
on the
will be
left.
the same if I would try again. As it was with broken game variant.
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Yeah.
Here we go. You ready?
Okay.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
What's going on?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale
Yeah,
with shame
that's for
over
sure.
how unabashedly
Then you
in
was
love with
funny.
the bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket
So
is
they recreated
metal.
on
I think
Unity.
I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional
Again?
videos. Let's see.
So he was the king of comedy.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign
Again
of something?
about bright now.
He hoped it was. A good
Sticker
bucket,
again.
a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, let's go to the left. And trying different stuff. Oh, I don't need to go there, I suppose.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah, let's try this 8 number.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours,
I
did the
remember
bucket's
about it.
warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos.
But previously he's
It would
ranted on
be
this,
with him
but not right now.
always. The bucket would, and he knew it.
Without
The two
bucket,
of them
I
were
mean.
inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he
Yeah, I
didn't
really
notice
need
the
skip button.
keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845.
Okay, what if I would just wait?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
No, he's not in about 8 for now.
2845.
No. So it's not connecting to his blabbling.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Few times. Oh. No, I'm not really want to do it. That's how it can help restarting the game.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large
what
door
can I
that read,
say? What can I
Mind
do,
Control
actually?
Facility.
I will press on, press off. What if I will press something else? Okay, let's...
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Can jump down below. I wonder what will be if I would just jump from the elevator. Logically, it should mean death, but
The monitors jumped to life,
not sure about
and Stanley
the
nearly
bucket.
dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket
Yeah,
had never seen anything like this,
try it, I
and
need
it very
the
nearly burst
skip
into
button.
tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
From the
At this
armchairs.
point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
I can jump anyway.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
Can I
Happy
use
or
something?
sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Yeah, I can't do anything else here. Looks like. Not sure about doing nothing. Okay, looks like I don't have a choice. And I can just stop it, or can I? It's the game again. Maybe this one. So stop with the bucket part. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure how
When
it
at last they
works.
came to the source of the room's...
Yeah, I don't
Stanley
have a
and the
purpose
bucket
to run
waited in
back or
blackness.
do something.
Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and dark...
How to work?
All of his
Wait a
co-workers were
second.
gone. What could it mean?
Oh,
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
This
he
is
had simply
completely
missed
different.
a memo. Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered
Oh.
companionship that
Report
stands the
engine.
test of time.
oh, what does it mean? Dog mode? Oh, I can press it. Okay. Dog mode. There it is.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to
Ah,
his
to the
chest
left or to the
and
right?
entered the door on his left.
It was different beginning. Whiteboard. Should I go to the left or to the right? Okay, oh, to the left. Maybe, maybe not. Hard to say. What? So when I'm pressing just like this is dog mode, okay? Trust the completionist instinct.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah, mostly nothing to do. Okay,
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Feels like I'm moving
Crushed by
faster
the
for
weight
some
of this
reason.
revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The
I
two
cannot
of them
jump.
were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket
Jump out from
that he
the
didn't
boss
notice
office
the
on the
keypad
front doors
behind the
closed
boss's
behind
desk.
you.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the
Front
bucket
doors
did he
this
have
one or
any
what?
notion that the pin number for the
I have no
keypad
idea.
was 2845.
I can jump anyway. So anyway, I need to restart to do
Stanley
something.
just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
I don't
Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
By the way, remember this part, but no figurine. Not sure if they wanna go through this again. From monitor's room. Okay, let's try.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I tried previous sound. It all doesn't work. It's not like I can go somewhere.
The lights rose
I am in
on an
this-
enormous room
oh,
packed
yeah.
with television screens. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here.
No.
So they set up a little couch and relaxed.
Oh,
It
nice.
really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
So, just a restaurant. Yeah.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
I hear this previously, but for some reason I can't use it anyhow. Not sure to what it's connected actually.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
I don't remember. It was previously.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Oh yeah.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
That's a bit tedious.
No, I'm still not feeling it. You see, now that you've gotten the bucket involved, my standards have gone up. Merely clicking a single door is no longer enough. Now, I want to see you press this bucket against multiple doors. Now, that's the kind of thing that merits an achievement.
What?
Why don't you put 20 bucket touches into door 417? Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times.
A few times. 37. Yeah. It's like, oh yeah.
Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love. Now back to door number 437.
At least I'm following Ryder.
You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you rub the bucket on it a bit? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk.
On my desk. Yeah, almost, but nope. It's glitching.
Yes,
Oh,
this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416.
damn, it's tricky.
We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
It reminds me of old consoles and some codes that can unlock some content.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430. Yes, we did it. Wow.
Oh yeah.
That felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all
Definitely.
know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building, or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can say they've truly lived it. You've given a bucket hope today. Stanley, I'm very proud of you.
No, I am.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Yeah, I'm curious, but I'm also curious about this
No,
one.
Said the bucket.
don't go
Yeah,
to the
this is the
meeting
way.
room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it.
I'm not sure
We'll
where
be
is the
different
last
people
one.
by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Now. Why so many tapes?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there? Caporata.
Yeah. That's how this remaster was made. Yeah.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Oh, wait a second.
he entered
Where is
the
the
door
bucket?
on his left.
Yeah, what was it? I'm still on the... Okay, let's just follow it. No. Something goes wrong. I can see figurines again.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
No. Passed by? No, I
There was
spawned
nothing
after
here.
it.
No choice to make, no
I
path
spawned
to
after
follow,
the
just an
bucket.
empty broom closet.
Not
no
in the
reason
regular
to still
room.
be here.
Anyway, let's go without bucket. Why not?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay. So let's try to go...
Stepping...
the stuff again. Looks like I need to receive all the 5 variants. Yeah, nothing to be done. Just silence. Uh-huh. New content. What about bucket? No bucket. Now it feels really empty. There was a door before it, and there is a door here. Okay. Yeah, now leaving. Escape on bay floor. 706 there. Yeah, no buttons anyway. It's a bit dark here. Even if there are some alternative routes, I can see them normally. 757. How many levels I need to go? 432, 433. Okay. Yeah, it's growing numbers at least. The rooms are the same. That's weird. Escape on lounge bay. Escape. Okay. Oh, I can see something. Place for bucket? Or for me? Just like that? Without bucket, it's just silence. Silent and boring.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Not
Okay,
everyone is so lucky
yeah,
to
let's
have
try
a bucket,
this with
but
bucket.
Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
But also there was a door with new content. I mean, this neon stuff spawned again about new content. When I was on my way back to
Coming to a staircase,
407.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
So there can be also something alternative maybe, huh?
Stepping
Up. And back again. With the bucket. In theory, I also can go down below instead. Not sure what it does. Maybe just activate the same variant, or maybe not. It's not send now. And now I don't see neon variant. It maybe it was because I was without a bucket. Yeah, it probably will be the same. Maybe it was different. I know, maybe not. Yeah, without narrator and music, it's so gloomy. Titanic. Long ago, when I was very small, and so on. Let's say when it was released, probably. So, don't remember much. Maybe I should watch it again on English. Maybe not, because who needed? Titanic. Everything is better than Titanic, I think. Almost everything. Yeah, okay, we have cutscene now. Can see arms. True ending. Yeah, this really feels like a true ending for this game. Farewell, Bucket. Live a good long life. And Bob Mom. So that's it. Yeah, again spawned in a different room. Again this white
All of his
desk.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
But no Bucket this
Stanley
time.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, again the stuff. No, I don't want dog mode again.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
Okay.
Nor did it advance the story in any way.
If I don't have this variant, what if I would try
When
to
Stanley
break the
came to
game?
a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic. Like a
This is something
combination of a
new.
much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him
Bleed?
smile. At last, proof that he was human.
Oh. What? That's something new.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No. Just no.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
No, I will not go this way.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be
Raymond?
difficult, but the fact is
You think
that
it will
the
be
story
something
has
different?
been about
Yeah,
nothing
maybe.
but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking
I'm just trying
for
to
me.
understand if there will be any
This is it,
difference.
Stanley. Your
Without
chance
Bucket,
to redeem
but
yourself,
still with
to
the
put
same
your
line.
work aside, to let her back into your life.
But he's
She's
stuck in
been
the same
waiting.
stuff.
That's her, Stanley. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
Yeah, he didn't upset us the same stuff. He's giving again.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I
Bucket
can make it through them
respond.
all.
Okay. So it doesn't lead
When
to
Stanley
some
came to
changes
a set of
problem, yeah?
2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here
Okay,
it
let's try
was,
to end
the
without
lounge.
bucket.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had
because I
begun.
found this
So
machine.
far off the beaten path that it seemed the
Narrator.
office had begun.
So logically, it's a place
You
where
didn't
it's
think I
narrative.
was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
No, just straight loading. Also, I never tried to go to the
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it.
left
If he
after
checked
going
over
to
his
the
shoulder
right.
now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
So if I will
When Stanley came
go
to a
back
set
to
of
the
2
stereo,
open doors,
but
this was not
without
the
going
correct
back
way
to
to the
the
meeting
stereo.
room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
it was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked
is
straight
this?
ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Yeah, this is something new for me.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Is it possible to run inside while he opens it?
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes.
Play
I've got it now.
4-3-1.
This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Doesn't look like a right way.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to,
Interesting
Who am I
that
kidding?
all this activated
It's all
already.
rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Okay, and what
All
about
of
the
his
same
co-workers
as the
were
bucket?
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
Where
missed
is
a
the
memo.
bucket? Bucket is gone. Okay. And also now I tried this variant.
When Stanley... Wait,
Ow.
what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything
Oh,
should be...
That's why.
Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
Yeah.
It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay, let's go to the right. The thing is, no matter where I'm going, I'm still going the same way. Okay, I completely lost.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Well. Yeah, I tried to disable self-destruction.
All of his co-workers were gone.
All the
What did
variants,
it
but it
mean?
didn't work.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, do we restart it properly now? Doesn't look like it.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Well, going back.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
No.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line.
And
How
now the
simple is
simple
that?
the Parable 2 adventure line. Okay. Don't know bucket though.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa.
Yeah, let's go.
That got a bit weird back there.
Question mark.
Well, I'd like to apologize.
Full of question marks.
Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
What's the Oh yeah, let's follow the mood. It can be a cutscene to or opening for some movie.
cut the music, go back and look at that fern.
What?
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
What? Financial records, corporate imbalances, monthly ledgers, sedation and reviews, department personal files, budget analysis, nothing special. Parkour plant, what?
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Okay. Can't open it. If I will just go another way.
Still missing the doors. Did we make a mistake following the line? Perhaps we could have found the story on our own.
Well. So I returned from this direction. Obviously, I should follow the line for now, or not. Or it was the beginning this way, or not.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Now it's a regular one, without
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your
now it's
imagination.
just Donald.
Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Yeah, everything filled with this line. Just run away.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Wow. Confusion end.
Hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
I doubt about it.
So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Wow. What the hell? It's really confusing. And I'm spawned here again. Why? Office is different.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
And bucket
Stanley
again.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, okay, let's try to explode everything. I'm going without the bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley
from
walked
the only thing
upstairs
is
to
they
his boss's office.
Definitely never done. Also not sure about this 8.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered. Desperate for answers, he began turning the room over looking for clues that might unravel the situation, until at last he discovered a keypad behind the boss's desk. But alas, no code. For this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
Okay, anyway, let's
But
just
of course,
enter it.
Stanley couldn't. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Nothing here. Okay, so I'll not turn it on and then try to escape. That's the only thing I didn't done probably. Yeah, probably I also missed
Stanley
something
walked
else.
straight ahead through the large door that read
not sure.
Mind Control Facility.
Yeah, obviously I missed something because
The
there
lights
probably
rose on an enormous
of
room
stuff in
packed
the game.
with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
But I definitely didn't want to waste hours just to find all the endings.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley
I wonder
really been
if there
under someone's
anything
control all this
useful
time?
from this
Was this the
monitors?
only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
So in one of these monitors definitely should be something funny. It's hard to say.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working.
Yeah, I saw
all
some
of it
con-
monitored and
one
commanded
of
from
them.
this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort,
Yes,
I
the
really
door
do.
should be open.
But you need to understand, there's only so much
So
that machine
previous
can
time,
do. You were supposed to let it go.
they
Turn
tried
the
to
controls
deactivate
off
it.
and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star.
What?
It's your story now. Shape it to your
so it's
heart's
fake doors that
desires.
close when they
this
come
is
close.
much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until
Yeah,
the
I
bomb
know
goes
that I can.
off.
I
But what
wanted to go
precious
this door,
moments each one of them is.
but looks
More
like it's
time
closing
to
when I'm
talk
coming
about
close
you,
to it.
about me, where we're
Charge.
going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
Yeah,
What's that?
I thought I
You'd
can
like to
use
know where
it,
your
but no.
co-workers are. A moment of solace before you're obliterated.
Then I can't do anything. Begin the game again. What is actually left? I never tried to go without a
All of his
bucket,
co-workers were
so-
gone. What could it
Wow.
mean? Stanley decided to go
Now
to the
spawn
meeting
again
room.
with
Perhaps
this
he had simply
blue
missed a
room.
memo.
What does it mean? Yeah, there is like this whiteboard ending. So, okay, this room is ending. What if I will just close? I don't know. Nothing here.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered that this was not the correct way to
Never
the meeting
tried to
room,
do
and Stanley
without the
knew it
bucket the
perfectly
right
well.
way.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first,
I
just
mean,
to admire it.
The jump to the
It was
right way.
okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I tried to go down. I never tried to return, but it's just return to meeting room. So it makes no sense.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yeah. Now
Look, Stanley, I
jump to
think
the
perhaps
right.
we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really.
Go down and go
I
up?
realize
What
that
do you mean?
investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
On the elevator with red buttons. Okay. Next
Now
time,
listen
I
carefully,
suppose.
this is important. Stanley walked
Oh,
through
I
the
found
red
the last
door.
one.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I
you mean
would
to the
tell you
left?
that I'm proud of you for collecting
left
them
after
all,
the
but that would be
lunchroom.
like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead
Okay.
I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Back to our problems. Blue or red? I like red.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me.
Oh.
You see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time. The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here.
What the hell?
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
No.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Don't remember this door. Yeah, I can't open it. Oh, well, it's not like I have a choice.
No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask.
And he's
It
such
looks
a
like
good
you wanted
actor.
to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Okay. Last one, I suppose. Yay.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Yeah, some items are weird. And not really happy, that's for sure. The fuck?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
No.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Interesting. I didn't expect this. Alright. Doesn't look now that green as it was previously. It was more fresh. Now it looks more dull. Less colorful. For some reason. Yeah, I remember Memory Zone. I was there today. And probably was something there. But not sure what. Actually.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
There's a way to the right. Can I just go to the right instead of it? I need to take one. Oh, it's vanished. Oh crap, I broke something. Or not.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Oh. Okay. Boss office.
Okay, let's do a little quiz.
Stairs.
Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Yeah, probably boss office, but okay. Where should they go? That's the question. I don't remember completely. Remember that probably it was on my way on office. Maybe not. No, there was no in office actually.
No. Under the stairs was the 4th place you found a Figanli, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If under the stairs feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
Yeah.
Let's see. What came next?
Nice exposition, by the way.
Oh,
It's
yes,
like
we found a Figley in this
watching
pink room.
movie of Wes
Oh, well,
Anderson.
I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Yeah, it's becoming more weird.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Hopefully I didn't break. What the hell? Oh, it's like Tiki 7 YouTube. Yeah. Typical video from the beginning of the YouTube. This is so bad. It's by narrator. Everything by narrator. Stanley.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
A lot of time, but 8 minutes. Okay.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Yeah, this is definitely best narrator. At least it's the same place, okay. Look at this. Yeah, it's funny. So Stanley is a robot. Now we know it.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Ow.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards.
We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay. The past. Ooh.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Yeah, let's gather more of this stuff. Так gloomy sometimes.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
No, fuck. Speedrun video.
Yes, I love that video.
This video make it totally worse to play this game.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Yeah, hard to disagree.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Also, maybe can be done without gathering and connecting all this. Maybe not. Maybe to change something. If I would ignore all them.
Figly. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Okay, let's gather it anyway.
This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
No. It's opened. Now it feels very empty.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
It feels like a true ending for the game. Like we're going through the past, through the stuff we saw.
The two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
And both went to the same place.
And before everything else, there was your office.
Yes.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Does they?
I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore.
Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
So, is it really a new run or not?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And how I can unlock the epilogue?
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his
He
ego
grabs the
and then
bucket.
proceeded onward.
But maybe I need it, maybe not. Oh. Probably to unlock epilogue I need to use new content, so I need a bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Maybe it's a game. Maybe. It's a game again. Yeah, I saw mention about amount of reboots. So yeah, maybe it's crucial, maybe not.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
I
he had
found
simply
another.
missed a memo.
You see,
No matter how hard Stanley
it
looked,
logically
he
should
couldn't
lead to
find a
something.
trace of his co-workers.
How can I find this one again? It probably should mean something. Yeah, also I wanted to try this elevator with buttons.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley
let
knew
me
it
check this
perfectly
way.
well. Perhaps
But
he
you
wanted to
mentioned
stop by
previous,
the
yeah?
employee lounge first, just to admire
After
it.
the lounge room to the
It
left.
was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the
So,
opposite door, and got
Go
back
up and
on
down
track.
again? I'm not sure that it is possible. But okay. You can always restart, logically.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
Yeah, I can press it.
from here, it's, left.
Yeah, I can do anything about it. So, yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
The
memo.
boss office. Okay, let's try it. Yeah, looks like I'm not getting any more of this proposal, so maybe I really
When
need
Stanley
to restart
came
it.
to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door
Boss
on his
office
left.
to the left.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he might come to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So, what you wanted to check? Because I tried different variants. I mean, next elevator, not this one. Next, okay. This one is curious. Logically, it should be connected to something, but I'm not sure to what.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered.
By the way,
Desperate for answers,
this time
he
I can
began
hear the
turning
rain.
room over looking for clues that might unravel
It
the
was
situation.
never an option.
Until at last, he discovered a keypad behind the boss's
Interesting.
desk. But alas, note, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
This is
That
something
kind
new.
of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
It's not really relaxing.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Going down, going up. Yeah, I never tried it. Maybe it will work, maybe not. Yeah, it's actually glowing. Let's go up.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
What actually can I find in the office now? Probably nothing, but still.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Okay, yeah, now I'm curious what will be next.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Yeah, his sarcasm is amazing. What can it be?
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Okay, how long it will be?
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
The hell is this?
All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Okay, let's go again. Here we go again.
Of course, going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
No comments this time. It's way faster.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life.
Oh my.
Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better.
Oh, just look at this. This is really not what I expect.
The room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here.
Oh, I understand. I want to autograph too. What else is human being? All tricks revealed. How we did it. The pyramids. The guy who went to Mars. No, okay. One piece, baby.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
World's first sentient machine. Wow. Then great. A conversation with Alexander the Great.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Photo 7. Oh yeah. Break a leg, John. What? Your boss. Story Stanley, mid-dead, age 6. 6 for sure. Thanks for showing me that cool skateboard trick in the parking lot. You are too cool. Good luck on stage. Rock on. Break a leg. Stanley or not. I don't know. Stanley might. Then I can read it. No one tells stories the way you do. Go get 'em, tiger. Up again, down again. Stanley story. Oh, this was really good. The whole book about it. Oh, yeah, good one. Storyteller. Stanley reveals all in his new book. Oh, what it is? The Freedom Finding. Wish you were here. I played the demo. Adventure waits, mind control facility. Oh, yeah. Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. Your coworkers. Wow, it's pretty epic. Oh, just look at this. Yeah, this is something new. Oh, the last one. So I don't need literally to restart the game. Come, Stanley, to heaven. Oh, the sound. Oh my god, it's a hell, it's not heaven. Looks like hell for me. All white and stupid rainbow cars flying around. Okay. Ow. It's buttons. I need to disable all of them. Seriously? Oh fuck. Yeah, it's heaven for Stanley. Can I leave this place, please? Oh, they're lighting up again? Or not? Yes. How can I escape this place? Oh crap. Okay. Well. What is actually left? I can go there again. So maybe the way to leave it. Actually, everything was livable. This is the first one that I'm not sure that I can leave. Maybe I need to press some buttons. Maybe some cars are unique and rare. And press only a few buttons. Not sure which. I don't see anything special actually. Can't go through it. Just so many buttons. Ah. Okay. I don't see the way to do it. So what is actually left? The phone ringing. Okay. Oh, now I'm in a different place. It feels like it changed random now, or something like this. I don't fully understand why it's changing sometimes. Ah, not in 427. I can hear it.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Okay. Will it change something? It's not like something was changed really. Okay, let's see. Maybe.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
here, all filled with the boxes. And a lot of them. And just continue.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
Then there will
doors,
be
he entered the door on
boxes.
his left.
But so far, no boxes.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Yeah,
Feeling a wave of
it's
disbelief,
going record,
Stanley
yeah.
decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah, I don't see anything different, special. Oh,
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Yeah, okay. We skip this, but what's the point? Will he skip everything? That's the question.
Stanley walked
Yeah,
straight
I
ahead
saw
through the
paper
large door
already.
that read Mind Control Facility.
I saw the paper variant already, but it didn't come to anything.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
So he is not
What
skipping.
horrible secret
I
did this
don't have
place
skip
hold?
button.
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the
So how to
strength
start the epilogue?
find out?
Because this is the only thing left if it exists.
Now the monitors jumped to life.
The best thing
Their
for
true
now was
nature
memory
revealed.
one from
Each
there.
bore the number of
Also
an
popular
employee
Stanley
in
is
the
also
building.
a funny one.
Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant
Yeah, it
nothing.
was about to jump from multiple places.
This mind control facility,
so
it
slow.
was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only
with the
reason he was
timekeeper.
happy with his boring job? That his
Oh,
emotions
seriously?
had been manipulated to
Oh.
accept it blindly?
Okay, let's try it after
No.
one thing.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't
I
accept
wanna
it.
try to
His own life
run
in
into
someone
open
else's
door
control?
again.
Never.
Previously,
it was
when I
unthinkable.
moved back and
Wasn't
forth,
it? Was it even possible?
it's closed.
Had he truly
But maybe
spent his
there
entire
is a
life
moment to enter
utterly
it.
blind to
I wanna
the
check it.
world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad
Oh,
or content.
asking about time.
Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded
I thought
from
it
this
just
very
narrator or
place. And as the
something like
cold
this.
reality of his past began to
Just
sink in,
without voice.
Stanley decided that this machine... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your
Let me
effort,
just
I
stand
really do.
near it.
But
When
you
it
need
will
to
be opened, I just
understand,
need to
there's
run
only
inside.
so much that
Maybe it
machine
is
can
possible.
do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire
I definitely need
complex.
skip button.
Long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine.
It's closed.
You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's
So
desires.
it's open only
Oh, this is
if I'm
much
far
better
away.
than what I had in
Or
mind.
close when
What a
I'm
shame
coming
we have so
close.
little time
That's how
left
it
to
works.
enjoy it. Mere
Okay. Make no sense. Alright, let's restart the game. Maybe it will help. Yeah, it's launched like second game already. So I probably just need to restart it. Steam, stop being slow. Thank you. Cross. Again, okay. It's actually pretty late already. It's 6 p.m. I doubt that it is matter, but okay, confirm. Favorite time? Oh yeah, he wanted my favorite time of day. No, it's not my favorite time of day. Could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? Yes. After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correct now. Okay, now I'm curious. Now, accurate 6-7 p.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate? Yeah, it's very accurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to connect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip a couple new ones up. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Yeah, obviously I need to reboot it. Okay. Let's try it again. Yeah, I don't wanna press it for overrun, eh? No. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure. Barely, yeah, this is barely visible, probably. Even this way I can see a computer. A part in it. But not sure will it affect the game or not. Anyway. Please adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. What are the variants? 9. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Which of the two made-up words below is most appealing to you? Boink, Scrumptish. Do they even exist? Let's be somewhere in the middle. Please don't adjust the slider. Okay. Do you know what time it is right now? Yes. It's the time that it is right now, the correct time. Yes. At this time, anyway. No. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? No. Help. Yes. Will come back to visit me. Yes. The timekeeper is also an office employee too. It can be it. Okay, let's try to reboot. Because I promise that I will return. So I will return. What time is it? Okay. Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. Because everyone is a bucket. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all of the game settings to your exact specifications. But who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There is no more information for me to gather. I have collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's a time for me to leave. There is still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Epilogue, really? This one additional setting. Many years later. Oh, we're going back to the desert. I don't have anything to go. Let's go to the sun then. No. Not what I expected, really. Okay, let's follow the moon. Oh, looks like a Mars. Some chairs. And I can't see the sun anymore. Follow the moon. And the sun. And the memory place. Escape pod? Oh. Escape pod inside? The auto generator still works. Alright. You mean... Oh, by the way, yeah. You're right. Interesting. Escape pod is a curious thing. Maybe I can pick up the barrel. The bucket, I mean. Because I don't have bucket. And I remember that I let him escape. Oh yeah. At least I still have this stickers on it. It's funny how the bucket impression of the bucket changed. At the beginning I hated it, now it's a funny thing. Not this. Cookie 9 block. What's so important about Cookie 9? Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with that sequel. Whereas the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fanbase. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel wears off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole. Who cares? What are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line instead? And instead we get an uninspired side quest collecting figures. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figures gives you nothing. I must say though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. Welcome reprieve from something. So Cookie 9 hates the first game and now he hates second game. Cat dog born. The mom of times. Scientists confirm hybrid species. Can be a Stanley bucket species. Haters gonna hate. That's all I can say. Stanley Parable developers. No more spin-offs. No more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2K13, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But the disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want. Read the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been further from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game, and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. This photo was 25 buckets. Risk current video game history. Aggregate review. Get on the green. Oh, name.
Jim. Stanley.
Oh my. There is one true button.
Stanley.
This can be charged on the deaths.
Stanley.
Oh, okay. It's good that I know English now. I can play in original. Should I connect them? Why not? It still counts. I still missed one of them. But actually, because I missed one of them, now I have 25 of them. It's like a magical number for this game. So it was the right decision to miss one. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Ah, well. Oh, I just need to come a bit closer. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developers said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise. What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so upset with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the numbers in the game's title screen. We also really need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. This obviously should be Temple of Coworkers. Also, it can be Battle Royale with the name of It's Either Me or the 427. It can be Trader with Special of the 427. No, okay. Curse of the Coworkers also sounds good. Okay, Curse of the Coworkers. I think it's best variant. No, Curse of the Cheese is a Skyrim sequel with Shogar as the main character. But Curse of the Coworkers, it sounds like a prequel for Stanley, that's for sure. The Stanley Parable 3 Curse of the Coworkers. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1. And then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this, either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Don't do it. I understand. Sometimes we're not ready to move on. That's fine. If you ever change your mind and want to start inventing new sequels, come talk to me. I will be right here. Unlock number of part. What do you mean, lock number? Yeah, okay. Epilogue definitely give me a feeling of finishing the game. Good decision, good decision. What? Yeah, I really like the menu of Stanley Parable 2 better than first. So the thing is that actually this remaster is mostly really a sequel eventually. Very weird one, as well as Stanley actually. Super hot cars. Most reminds me Control because it's again offices, especially in the design of the offices when you first see in the Stanley Parable 2. It looks mostly like office in Control. And the same, yeah, black and white and red cars. It looks very nice. Plus all these distortions also similar to it. That was a very beautiful one, of course. So, it was an interesting experience, very unique one. I played first one when it was released, but I didn't remember much from it. Now, I mostly remember line and, I know, few small moments. So it was mostly like playing it from scratch, so it was really funny for today. But that takes more time, but I just decided to finish it in one swap without streaming it again. So better to finish all in one piece, because otherwise I will forget what I did partly. It will be not the same. Doing it all in one swap is way better. Okay. So thank you for watching. I have very small amount of time before the next stream. But okay. So tomorrow, if we already finish with Stanley, tomorrow will be demos of upcoming games at morning. Today, after 1 hour, will be King Arthur again. So I'm going for a break, and after 1 hour, I will return with King Arthur. It's not like I will come with him, but I will come to stream it. So thank you for watching. See you next stream. And so on. Yeah. Yeah, bye-bye.